Journal entry number 11. 15th of December, 1895.
As I sit in my study this cold December evening, the firelight casting dancing shadows across these pages, I find myself compelled to record the strangest case Holmes and I ever encountered during the winter months. One where a guest who never spoke a word saw everything that others missed, and where a locked room held no crime, yet concealed the greatest deception. Even now, weeks after our return to Baker Street, I find my thoughts drifting back to Ashworth Manor, to the snow-laden countryside of the Cotswolds, and most particularly to Miss Eleanor Hartley, whose silence proved more eloquent than all of Holmes's words combined. It is a curious thing, this need to set down in writing the events of that peculiar week. I have chronicled many of Holmes's cases over the years, yet this one lingers in my mind with a persistence that I cannot quite explain. Perhaps it is because, for once, my friend encountered someone whose methods of observation rivaled his own, though executed in a manner so fundamentally different that it challenged everything we thought we understood about the art of detection. Or perhaps it is simply that the case taught me something profound about the nature of silence, and what we might learn if only we could quiet our own voices long enough to truly observe the world around us. But I am getting ahead of myself, as Holmes would no doubt point out, with that particular arch of his eyebrow that suggests fond exasperation at my narrative tendencies. Let me begin, as I should have done, at the beginning. It was the 23rd of November, a Saturday afternoon that had settled into that peculiar grey stillness that London assumes in late autumn. The fog had crept up from the Thames, muffling the usual cacophony of street vendors and hansom cabs, and our sitting room at 221B Baker Street had taken on the quality of a cocoon, sealed off from the world beyond our windows. Holmes had been insufferable for 3 days running, having completed a rather straightforward matter involving a displaced will and a forgetful solicitor. The lack of mental stimulation had driven him to reorganizing his index of criminal records twice, and conducting what he termed experiments in the decomposition of tobacco ash, that had left our rooms reeking of burnt Virginia blend and Turkish mixture. I had taken refuge in my armchair with the morning papers, though I confess my attention wandered frequently to my friend, who was currently sprawled across the sofa in that boneless manner he adopted when profoundly bored. His long fingers steepled beneath his chin, his grey eyes fixed upon the ceiling as though the answers to life's great mysteries might be found in the cracks of our plasterwork. "Watson," he said suddenly, breaking a silence that had stretched for the better part of an hour, "do you ever wonder if we have become too comfortable?" I lowered my newspaper, regarding him with the cautious attention one reserves for friends who might be contemplating something inadvisable. "Comfortable, Holmes?" "Settled. Predictable. The same rooms, the same routines, the same types of cases." He sat up abruptly, swinging his legs to the floor with an energy that seemed to materialize from nowhere. "When did we become creatures of habit, my dear fellow?" "I rather thought habit was the foundation of your scientific method," I observed mildly. "The careful observation of patterns, the cataloguing of—" "Patterns, yes, but not ruts," he interrupted, rising to pace before the fireplace. "There is a difference between systematic observation and simply going through established motions. I fear we may have drifted into the latter without realizing it." I was spared the necessity of responding to this philosophical turn by the arrival of Mrs. Hudson, who entered bearing the afternoon post on her silver tray. "Just arrived, Mr. Holmes," she announced, her expression suggesting that she, too, had noticed his restive mood, and was grateful for any distraction that might occupy his formidable mind. Holmes seized upon the letters with an eagerness that would have been unseemly in a lesser man, but which I had long since learned to recognize as the natural enthusiasm of an intellect desperate for engagement. He sorted through them with swift efficiency. Bill, advertisement, appeal from the Duke regarding his missing cufflinks, which I have no intention of investigating. Another advertisement. Ah. He paused, holding up a cream-coloured envelope of obvious quality, the paper thick and watermarked, the handwriting elegant and feminine. The seal, which he examined with his glass before breaking it, bore the imprint of what appeared to be a family crest. "Lady Charlotte Ashworth," he murmured, scanning the contents. "Now this is interesting." "An old client?" I inquired, for the name struck no chord in my memory of our past investigations. "Not a client at all," Holmes replied, his eyes moving rapidly across the lines of script. "Rather, I believe this is an invitation. Lady Ashworth, widow of Sir Edmund Ashworth, if memory serves, late of the Foreign Office, requests the pleasure of our company at a winter house party at Ashworth Manor in the Cotswolds. She writes that she has heard of my particular talents, and would be most grateful for my presence, as there is a matter of some delicacy that she hopes I might advise upon." He handed me the letter, and I read through it myself. The writing was assured and graceful, the tone polite, but not obsequious. Lady Ashworth explained that she was hosting a small gathering of friends from the 27th of November through the 3rd of December, and that while there was no crime to investigate, she was careful to emphasize this point. There was a situation that she believed would benefit from Holmes's unique perspective and discretion. "She's being deliberately vague," I observed, returning the letter to him. "Precisely what makes it interesting," Holmes replied, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "A country house party, Watson. Fresh air, new faces, and apparently a puzzle that our hostess finds too delicate to commit fully to paper. I confess, the prospect has merit." I felt my own spirits lift at the suggestion. The idea of escaping London's winter fog for the Cotswold countryside held considerable appeal, and I could see that Holmes's ennui had already been replaced by that particular alertness that signalled his engagement with a new problem. "When does she require an answer?" I asked, already mentally cataloguing what I would need to pack. "She requests a telegram by Monday, with arrival on Wednesday if we are amenable." Holmes moved to his desk, pulling out a sheet of writing paper. "I believe we are amenable, Watson. Quite amenable indeed. Though I must confess, there is one element of her letter that particularly intrigues me." "Oh?" He tapped the letter with one long finger. "Here, in the postscript. She mentions that among her guests will be a young lady of unusual circumstances, whose presence, I hope, will not discomfort you, as her situation requires both discretion and understanding. What do you make of that?" I reread the passage, my medical training immediately suggesting various possibilities. An invalid, perhaps? Someone whose condition might benefit from country air, but whose appearance might disturb more conventional guests. "Possible," Holmes mused, though the phrasing suggests something beyond mere physical ailment. Unusual circumstances and the need for discretion imply a social complexity rather than a medical one. Most intriguing. He bent to his writing. "Well, Watson, It seems we are bound for the countryside. Do try not to pack your entire medical bag. This is meant to be a respite, not a field hospital deployment. Says the man who once brought 3 chemistry texts and a microscope to a weekend shooting party, I retorted. But I was smiling as I said it. The next few days passed in a flurry of preparation. Holmes sent his acceptance by telegram that very evening, and received an enthusiastic response from Lady Ashworth within hours, along with detailed instructions for our journey. We were to take the afternoon train to Moreton-in-Marsh on Wednesday, where Lady Ashworth's carriage would meet us for the final leg of the journey to the Manor. I found myself looking forward to the expedition with an anticipation that surprised me. It had been some months since Holmes and I had ventured beyond London's bounds, and longer still since we had done so for anything resembling a social engagement. My medical practice could easily spare me for a week. Indeed, my colleague Jackson had been suggesting I take a holiday for some time, and I recognized in myself a need for the kind of change that only new surroundings could provide. Holmes, for his part, seemed energized in a way I hadn't seen since the conclusion of the Baskerville affair. He threw himself into research, reading everything he could find about the Ashworth family, the history of their estate, and the social circles in which Lady Charlotte moved. I watched him work with the familiar satisfaction of seeing my friend engaged and purposeful, his restless energy channeled into productive inquiry. Wednesday arrived with surprising swiftness. The morning was crisp and clear, the fog having lifted to reveal a pale winter sun that promised, if not warmth, at least visibility for our journey. Mrs. Hudson fussed over our departure, ensuring we had sufficient provisions for the train journey and extracting promises that we would send word of our safe arrival. "And do try to stay out of trouble, Mr. Holmes," she said severely, though her eyes were warm with affection. "A house party is meant to be restful. I shall endeavour to be the very model of a gentleman guest," Holmes assured her with perfect gravity, though I caught the glint of humour in his eyes. "Watson will ensure I observe all the proper social niceties, won't you, old fellow?" "I shall do my best," I replied, "though I make no promises regarding your behaviour, should you discover something sufficiently interesting to investigate." The journey to Moreton-in-Marsh was uneventful but pleasant. We had a first-class compartment to ourselves, and as London gradually gave way to the rolling countryside of Oxfordshire and then Gloucestershire, I felt the tensions of city life beginning to ease from my shoulders. Holmes spent the journey alternating between reading and staring out the window, his sharp eyes missing nothing of the landscape that rushed past. "You're wondering what we'll find," I observed, after one particularly long silence. "I am wondering," he replied thoughtfully, "what sort of situation requires the presence of a consulting detective at what should be a purely social gathering. Lady Ashworth was careful to say there was no crime, yet she specifically sought my particular skills. The contradiction intrigues me." "Perhaps she simply wishes for interesting company," I suggested. "You are, despite your occasional protestations to the contrary, capable of being quite charming in social situations when you choose to be." He snorted softly. "Charming, Watson? You flatter me. No, there is something more here. And then there is the matter of this mysterious guest, the young lady of unusual circumstances. I confess, my curiosity is thoroughly piqued." "We shall know soon enough," I said, as the train began to slow, the station of Moreton-in-Marsh coming into view through the gathering dusk. We disembarked into the cold, clean air of the Cotswolds, so different from London's perpetual haze that it felt like breathing for the first time in months. True to Lady Ashworth's word, a handsome carriage awaited us, attended by a liveried footman who greeted us with practised courtesy and saw to our luggage with admirable efficiency. The drive to Ashworth Manor took us through country lanes lined with ancient hedgerows and stone walls, past villages of honey-coloured Cotswold stone that glowed warmly in the last light of day. As darkness fell, I could see little of the landscape, but I felt its presence. The rolling hills, the ancient fields, the sense of a world that moved to rhythms far older and slower than those of the city we had left behind. It was fully dark when we rounded a final bend and saw before us the lights of Ashworth Manor, warm and welcoming against the winter night. The house was a substantial structure of that same honey-coloured stone, its windows glowing with lamp-and firelight, smoke rising from multiple chimneys to dissipate into the starlit sky. As our carriage drew to a halt before the main entrance, I felt a strange sense of anticipation settle over me, a feeling that we stood upon the threshold of something significant, though what precisely it might be, I could not yet say. The door opened before us, and we stepped forward into warmth, light, and the beginning of one of the most unusual investigations of Holmes's career, though we did not yet know it as such. Little did we know that before the week was out, silence would speak louder than any words, and that the greatest mystery would be found not in what was said, but in what remained unspoken. We were welcomed into Ashworth Manor by a butler of the old school, a gentleman of perhaps 60 years, silver-haired and dignified, whose bearing suggested a lifetime of impeccable service. He introduced himself as Stevens, and received our coats and hats with the kind of efficiency that speaks of long practice and genuine pride in one's profession. "Lady Ashworth is expecting you in the drawing-room, gentlemen," he informed us, his voice carrying the cultured tones of a man who had spent decades in the service of the gentry. "The other guests have gathered for pre-dinner drinks, if you would care to follow me." As we traversed the entrance hall, I took the opportunity to observe our surroundings, with the attention to detail that years of association with Holmes had ingrained in me. The manor was precisely what one would expect of a family with old money and good taste, elegant without being ostentatious, comfortable without sacrificing dignity. The walls were panelled in dark oak, hung with portraits that I took to be Ashworth ancestors, their painted faces regarding us with expressions ranging from stern disapproval to benign interest. A grand staircase swept upward to the floors above, its banister polished to a warm gleam by generations of careful hands. The drawing-room into which Stevens ushered us was a spacious chamber that managed to feel intimate despite its generous proportions. A fire crackled cheerfully in an enormous stone fireplace, and the room was furnished with the sort of pieces that suggested both quality and use. Comfortable chairs and sofas upholstered in rich fabrics, occasional tables, bearing silver-framed photographs and porcelain ornaments, and everywhere the soft glow of lamplight that created pools of warmth in the winter darkness. 6 people turned to regard us as we entered, and I found myself automatically cataloguing them with the observational habits that Holmes had, over the years, impressed upon me as essential to our work. A woman of perhaps 50 years detached herself from the group near the fireplace and came forward with both hands extended in welcome. This, clearly, was our hostess, Lady Charlotte Ashworth. She was handsome rather than beautiful, with the kind of face that speaks of character and intelligence rather than mere prettiness. Her dark hair was beginning to silver at the temples, and she wore it in a style that suggested fashion had been considered, but not slavishly followed. Her evening dress was of deep blue silk, well cut and elegant, and she moved with the natural grace of someone comfortable in her own home and her own skin. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," she greeted us warmly, her voice melodious and welcoming. "I cannot tell you how delighted I am that you accepted my invitation. Welcome to Ashworth Manor." She clasped Holmes's hand with genuine warmth before turning to me. "Doctor, I hope the journey was not too tiresome." "Not at all, Lady Ashworth," I assured her. "The countryside is beautiful, even in winter." "I have always thought so," she replied with a smile. "But then, I am perhaps biased, having lived here most of my life. Come, let me introduce you to the other guests. We are a small party, as I prefer, more conducive to actual conversation than those dreadful crushes one endures in London." She guided us toward the others, and I observed them with increasing interest as we approached. Standing nearest the fire was a gentleman of military bearing, somewhere in his late 50s, with iron-grey hair and a moustache that would not have been out of place on a parade ground. His posture was ramrod straight, and there was something in his eyes that spoke of years spent in service to the Crown, though whether in the army or some other capacity, I could not immediately determine. "Colonel Ambrose Fairfax," Lady Ashworth introduced him, "late of the Bengal Lancers. Colonel, may I present Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. John Watson?" The Colonel's handshake was firm, his assessment of us quick and professional. "Gentlemen," he acknowledged with a slight bow. "Watson, you saw service yourself, if I'm not mistaken." "Afghanistan," I confirmed, recognizing him as a fellow veteran. "5th Northumberland Fusiliers." "Ah, my wand," he said quietly, and something in his tone suggested he knew precisely what that single word encompassed. "You have my respect, Doctor." I inclined my head in acknowledgement, feeling that peculiar kinship that exists between men who have faced battle, regardless of when or where they served. Next, we were introduced to a portly gentleman in clerical dress, whose round, cheerful face suggested a man of generally pleasant disposition. "The Reverend Edmund Blackwood," Lady Ashworth announced. "Reverend, these are the gentlemen I mentioned, Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson." Blackwood's handshake was warm and slightly damp, his smile genuine. "Delighted, delighted indeed. Lady Ashworth has told us so much about your work, Mr. Holmes. Quite fascinating, the application of scientific method to the pursuit of justice. I must confess, I am something of an amateur student of criminology myself." "Indeed," Holmes replied politely, though I detected the faint note of wariness in his voice that suggested he anticipated an evening of well-meaning but uninformed questions about his cases. The third gentleman of the party was younger, perhaps 35, with the kind of aristocratic features and languid manner that spoke of generations of breeding and privilege. Lord Marcus Pemberton, as Lady Ashworth introduced him, was dressed in evening clothes of impeccable cut, his fair hair artfully arranged, a slight smile playing about his lips as though he found something perpetually amusing about the world and everyone in it. "Holmes," he drawled, extending a hand adorned with a signet ring that probably represented an estate older than most nations. "I say, frightfully glad you've come. Charlotte promised us entertainment, and I dare say a detective is vastly more interesting than the usual country house diversions." "I shall endeavour not to disappoint," Holmes replied with perfect courtesy, though I knew him well enough to detect the slight edge in his voice. He had little patience for the idle rich, particularly those who treated the serious business of crime as potential amusement. "And this," Lady Ashworth continued, leading us to where two ladies stood somewhat apart from the gentlemen, "is Miss Arabella Cunningham." Miss Cunningham was perhaps 28, with the kind of cultivated beauty that suggested considerable time and effort spent before mirrors. Her auburn hair was dressed in the latest fashion, her gown of pale green silk, clearly the work of an expensive modiste, and she wore her prettiness with the confidence of someone accustomed to admiration. She extended her hand to Holmes with a practised smile. "Mr. Holmes," she said, her voice carrying the affected tones of someone who has worked to eliminate any trace of regional accent, "I am absolutely thrilled to meet you. I have read all of Dr. Watson's accounts of your adventures in the Strand. Quite riveting." "You are too kind, Miss Cunningham," I interjected, feeling, as I always did, slightly embarrassed by the attention my literary efforts sometimes attracted. "Not at all, Doctor," she replied, turning her smile upon me. "Your writing is most engaging. Though I do wonder," she added with a coy glance at Holmes, "if you might not dramatize things just a touch for the sake of your readers." Before I could respond, and I confess I was somewhat at a loss as to how to answer such a suggestion, Lady Ashworth spoke again, and there was something in her tone that made me turn my full attention to the final member of our party. "And finally," our hostess said, her voice carrying a note of particular warmth, "may I introduce Miss Eleanor Hartley?" I have, in my years as both doctor and chronicler of Holmes's cases, encountered many remarkable individuals. I have met criminals of extraordinary cunning, victims of profound courage, and witnesses whose observations proved crucial to the solving of seemingly impossible puzzles. Yet I can say without exaggeration that my first sight of Miss Eleanor Hartley struck me with a force that was entirely unexpected and wholly unforgettable. She stood slightly apart from Miss Cunningham, near one of the tall windows that looked out onto the darkened grounds, and there was something in her bearing, in the very quality of her stillness, that commanded attention. She appeared to be perhaps 30 years of age, of medium height and slender build, dressed in a gown of deep plum that was elegant in its simplicity. Her dark hair was arranged in a style that suggested good taste rather than fashion, and her face, while not beautiful in the conventional sense, possessed a quality of intelligence and composure that was far more arresting than mere prettiness. But it was her eyes that held me, large, dark, remarkably expressive eyes that seemed to observe everything with an intensity that was almost startling. As we were introduced, those eyes met mine directly, without coyness or artifice, and I saw in them a depth of awareness that suggested a mind of uncommon acuity. She smiled, a genuine expression of welcome that transformed her entire countenance, and extended her hand to Holmes. It was only then that I noticed the small leather-bound notebook she held in her other hand and the silver pen attached to it by a delicate chain. Holmes took her hand with a slight bow, and I saw his expression shift into that particular alertness that indicated his full attention had been engaged. "Miss Hartley," he said, "I am honoured to make your acquaintance. Eleanor inclined her head graciously, and then, with a movement so natural it seemed entirely unremarkable, she opened her notebook and wrote something with swift, practised strokes. She turned it so that we could read her reply. "The honour is mine, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson, welcome to Ashworth Manor." The handwriting was elegant and assured, the script flowing and immediately legible. I felt my medical training immediately engage, my mind running through various conditions that might rob someone of speech while leaving their other faculties intact. But before I could begin to formulate hypotheses, Lady Ashworth spoke again. "Eleanor doesn't speak aloud," she explained gently, her hand coming to rest briefly on the younger woman's arm in a gesture of obvious affection. "She has chosen to communicate through written notes, and does so with remarkable eloquence. I hope this will not cause any discomfort to either of you." "On the contrary," Holmes replied immediately, and I could hear the genuine interest in his voice. "I have long held that observation is more valuable than conversation in most circumstances. I suspect Miss Hartley sees a great deal that others miss." Eleanor's eyes lit with what appeared to be surprised pleasure, and she wrote again. "You are very understanding, Mr. Holmes. Most people find silence uncomfortable." "Then most people," Holmes replied, "are too enamoured of the sound of their own voices to appreciate the value of listening." I saw Eleanor smile at this, a genuine expression of amusement and approval, and I found myself warming to her immediately. There was something in her manner, in the directness of her gaze and the thoughtful quality of her expressions, that suggested a person of both courage and depth. "Do you take sherry, gentlemen?" Lady Ashworth asked, gesturing toward a sideboard where decanters gleamed in the lamplight. "We have a few minutes before Stevens announces dinner." As our hostess poured drinks and the conversation became general, I found myself observing the group with the careful attention that had become second nature. Colonel Fairfax and Lord Pemberton had struck up a conversation about hunting, the former speaking with the practical knowledge of a sportsman, the latter with the casual ease of someone for whom such pursuits were merely one of many diversions. The Reverend Blackwood had cornered Holmes, and was indeed expounding upon his theories about criminal behaviour, while Miss Cunningham had positioned herself where she could observe both Holmes and Lord Pemberton, her pretty face arranged in an expression of polite interest. But it was Eleanor who drew my attention most strongly. She had returned to her position near the window, and from there I realized she had an excellent view of the entire room. She was not merely standing apart. She was observing, her dark eyes moving from person to person with a focus that suggested she was cataloguing every gesture, every expression, every nuance of interaction. In her hand, her notebook remained open, and occasionally I saw her pen move as she jotted down some observation or thought. Holmes had noticed too. I saw his gaze drift toward Eleanor more than once as he listened to Blackwood's discourse, and I recognized the quality of that attention. My friend had found something, someone who interested him beyond merely socializing. When Stevens appeared to announce that dinner was served, Lady Ashworth organized us with the practised ease of an experienced hostess. The dining room was another handsome chamber, the long table set with silver and crystal that caught and multiplied the candlelight into 1,000 glittering reflections. I found myself seated between Miss Cunningham and the Reverend Blackwood, with Eleanor directly across from me, Holmes to her right, and Lady Ashworth at the head of the table. The meal was excellent. A clear soup, followed by fish, then roasted game birds with all the appropriate accompaniments, and finally a delicate dessert of poached pears in wine. The conversation flowed as freely as the wine, ranging from politics to literature to the latest London gossip. I noticed that Eleanor participated fully in the dinner conversation, her pen moving swiftly across her notebook pages as she responded to questions and observations directed her way. Far from hampering the flow of discussion, her written contributions seemed to lend it an unusual quality of thoughtfulness, as though the slight pause required for her to write encouraged others to consider their own words more carefully. "Miss Hartley," Holmes said at one point, during a lull in the general conversation, "I confess myself curious. Lady Ashworth mentioned that you possess uncommon powers of observation. Might I impose upon you for a demonstration?" Eleanor regarded him for a moment, and I saw something flicker in her eyes. Recognition, perhaps, of a kindred spirit, or possibly amusement at finding herself challenged. She wrote, "What would you like me to observe, Mr. Holmes?" "Why, whatever you choose," Holmes replied with a slight smile. "Select anyone at this table and tell me what you see." Eleanor's gaze moved around the table, considering, and then settled on me. I felt a moment of apprehension. What exactly would those observant eyes have discerned about Dr. John Watson? Her pen moved, and when she turned her notebook so all could see, I read, "Dr. Watson recently returned from visiting a patient who resides in an area of London where coal smoke is particularly heavy. He's right-handed, but has been favouring his left hand this evening, suggesting an old injury to his right shoulder that troubles him in cold weather. He's fond of his current waistcoat, as the buttons have been replaced at least once, indicating he has owned it for some time and takes care to maintain his clothing. He's genuinely happy to be in the country, away from the city, though he worries slightly about the patients he has left in the care of his colleague." I stared at her in astonishment. Every observation was absolutely correct. I had indeed visited old Mrs. Pemberton that very morning in Whitechapel, where the factory smoke made the air nearly unbreathable. My shoulder wound from my wand did indeed ache in the cold. My waistcoat was an old favourite that my landlady had rebuttoned just last month, and I had been thinking of my patients even as I enjoyed the excellent meal. "Remarkable," I exclaimed. "How could you possibly—" Holmes was laughing, actually laughing, with genuine delight. "Excellent, Miss Hartley, truly excellent. The coal smoke from the faint smudge on the doctor's collar where he leaned close to examine his patient. The favouring of the left hand I myself had noticed. The buttons of different vintage on the waistcoat. And the slight furrow between his brows that appears whenever Watson worries about his responsibilities." "Marvellous." Eleanor wrote again, "Those who cannot speak learn to watch very carefully, Mr. Holmes. And Dr. Watson is fortunate enough to be easily read. His face shows his kind heart." I felt myself colouring slightly at this, but I was pleased none the less. Around the table, the other guests had reacted with varying degrees of interest and surprise. Colonel Fairfax looked thoughtful, Lord Pemberton amused, the Reverend impressed, and Miss Cunningham somewhat put out, as though she felt the attention should have remained on more conventional topics. "I say," Lord Pemberton drawled, "we have not one but two detectives among us. How absolutely thrilling! Perhaps someone should arrange for a mysterious occurrence, just to provide entertainment." "I think not," Lady Ashworth said firmly, though she smiled as she spoke. "We are here for rest and pleasant company, not dramatics. Though I confess," she added, glancing at Eleanor with obvious fondness. I am not surprised by Eleanor's perspicacity. She has always been remarkably observant. As the evening progressed, and we retired to the drawing-room for coffee and port, I found myself watching Eleanor with increasing fascination. Here was someone who had chosen, or been forced by circumstance, to exist in silence, yet who participated fully in the life around her, through the power of her observations and the clarity of her written words. I wondered what had led to her condition, what tragedy or circumstance had stolen her voice, but I was far too well-bred to inquire. Holmes, I noticed, had positioned himself where he could observe Eleanor as she interacted with the other guests, and there was an expression on his face that I had learned to recognize over our years of association. It was the look of a man who had found a puzzle that genuinely intrigued him, and who was determined to understand it completely. As the evening drew to a close, and we prepared to retire to our chambers, Lady Ashworth drew Holmes and me aside briefly. "I hope you will both be comfortable," she said quietly. "I have given you adjoining rooms in the east wing with a view of the gardens. Tomorrow I would like to speak with you privately, Mr. Holmes, about the matter I mentioned in my letter. But tonight, simply rest and make yourselves at home." "You are most kind, Lady Ashworth," Holmes replied, "and may I say, your guests are far more interesting than I had anticipated." "Particularly Miss Hartley?" our hostess suggested with a knowing smile. "Particularly Miss Hartley," Holmes confirmed, "though I confess the entire company seems unusually well chosen for what you termed a matter of delicacy." Lady Ashworth's expression became more serious. "All will become clear tomorrow, Mr. Holmes. For now, good night to you both." As we climbed the stairs to our rooms, guided by a housemaid with a candle, I reflected on the evening's revelations. We had come to Ashworth Manor expecting a simple country house party, perhaps with some minor mystery to provide Holmes with amusement. What we had found was something far more intriguing. A hostess with secrets, a collection of guests who seemed carefully selected, and most particularly a young woman whose silence spoke volumes to those who knew how to listen. I fell asleep that night, wondering what the morning would bring, and whether Eleanor Hartley's remarkable powers of observation would prove as significant to our stay as I suspected they might. Little did I know that before another day had passed, those very powers would become the key to understanding a mystery that would perplex us all. I awoke the next morning to a sight that immediately lifted my spirits. Sunlight streaming through the tall windows of my chamber, illuminating a landscape transformed by a light dusting of snow that had fallen during the night. The Cotswold countryside lay before me like a Christmas card, the rolling hills softened by white, the bare trees etched in delicate frost, and in the distance the village church spire rising against a sky of the palest blue. After the perpetual grey of London, the clarity of the winter morning was almost startling. I performed my ablutions with a sense of well-being that had been absent for some weeks, and descended to the breakfast-room with an appetite sharpened by country air and the prospect of a day free from the demands of my medical practice. The breakfast-room was a cheerful chamber on the south side of the house, its windows catching the morning sun and transforming the space into something warm and welcoming despite the season. A handsome sideboard held an array of silver chafing dishes, and the scent of coffee, bacon, and fresh bread filled the air with promises of sustenance and comfort. I found I was not the first to rise. Colonel Fairfax was already seated at the table, working his way through a substantial plate of eggs and kippers, while reading what appeared to be yesterday's Times. He looked up as I entered and nodded a greeting. "Morning, Watson," he said, gesturing towards the sideboard with his fork. "Help yourself. The coffee's excellent, and Mrs. Cooper, that's Lady Ashworth's cook, does a magnificent kedgeree if you're so inclined." "Thank you, Colonel," I replied, moving to examine the offerings. I filled a plate with a selection that would have scandalized my London housekeeper, who believed doctors should set an example of moderate eating, and poured myself a generous cup of the promised coffee before joining Fairfax at the table. "Sleep well?" he inquired, setting aside his newspaper. "Remarkably so," I admitted. "There's something about country air that induces genuine rest. And yourself?" "Like a guardsman on leave," he replied with satisfaction. "First proper sleep I've had in weeks. London doesn't agree with me any more, I'm afraid. Too much noise, too many people. Give me the countryside any day." We fell into the comfortable conversation of two military men, discussing the relative merits of various postings we'd experienced, the peculiar challenges of adjusting to civilian life after years of service, and the changes we'd both observed in England since our respective returns from abroad. Fairfax, I learned, had spent nearly 30 years in India, before retiring to a small estate in Sussex, and like many veterans of the Raj, he carried with him both nostalgia for his years of service and a certain restlessness in the quieter life of home. We were joined shortly by the Reverend Blackwood, who approached the sideboard with evident enthusiasm and filled his plate with what I privately considered an impressive quantity of food for a man of the cloth. He settled himself across from us and launched immediately into a cheerful monologue about the beauty of the morning, the excellence of Lady Ashworth's hospitality, and his hopes for the day's activities. "I understand there's to be a walk through the grounds after luncheon," he informed us between mouthfuls of toast. "Lady Ashworth has quite extensive gardens, apparently, though I imagine they're somewhat less impressive in winter than in summer. Still, there's something to be said for the architecture of bare branches, don't you think? The essential structure revealed without the distraction of foliage. Rather like the human soul stripped of pretense, one might say, the true framework becomes visible." I murmured something appropriately agreeable, though I confess my attention had been caught by the arrival of Miss Eleanor Hartley. She entered the breakfast room with quiet grace, dressed in a walking costume of deep burgundy that suggested she, too, intended to take advantage of the fine weather. Her dark hair was arranged simply, and she carried her ever-present notebook, though this morning it was supplemented by what appeared to be a small sketching pad. "Miss Hartley," Blackwood exclaimed, half rising from his seat. "Good morning to you. I trust you slept well?" Eleanor smiled and inclined her head, then moved to the sideboard to make her selections. I noticed that she chose carefully, but not sparingly. Toast, a soft-boiled egg, some fruit, and a cup of tea, and brought her plate to the table, seating herself with her back to the windows so that she faced into the room. An observer's position, I realized. From there, she could see anyone who entered, and watch the interactions at the table without appearing to stare. She opened her notebook and wrote something, turning it so we could all read. "Good morning, gentlemen. A beautiful day, isn't it not? I hope you all rested comfortably." "Very comfortably indeed," I assured her. "And may I say, Miss Hartley, your observations last evening were quite remarkable. Holmes was genuinely impressed which is no small feat. A slight colour rose in her cheeks, the first sign of self-consciousness I had seen from her, and she wrote, "Mr. Holmes is too generous. I am sure my small talents pale beside his own." "Perhaps," Colonel Fairfax interjected thoughtfully, "but there may be something to be said for your particular method, Miss Hartley. Holmes observes in order to deduce and solve. You, I suspect, observe in order to understand. The motivations are different, and thus, perhaps, the results as well." Eleanor regarded the Colonel with obvious interest and wrote at greater length. "That is perceptive of you, Colonel. Yes, I suppose my interest lies less in solving puzzles than in comprehending people. What drives them, what they fear, what they hope for, the small gestures that reveal the larger truths of character. A psychological approach rather than a strictly logical one, I observed, my medical training immediately recognizing the value of such a perspective. As a physician, I can appreciate that. The best diagnosis often comes not from symptoms alone, but from understanding the whole person, their circumstances, their worries, their lives beyond the consulting room." Before Eleanor could respond, we were joined by Miss Cunningham, who swept into the breakfast room with the kind of entrance that suggested she was accustomed to, and expected, attention. She was dressed in a morning gown of pale pink that complemented her colouring admirably, and her hair was arranged in an elaborate style that must have required considerable time and the assistance of a lady's maid. "Good morning, all," she announced brightly, moving to the sideboard. "What a perfectly lovely day. I do hope Lady Ashworth has planned something entertaining. Country houses can be so dreadfully dull if one isn't careful." I saw Eleanor's pen move almost imperceptibly, a tiny notation in her book that I couldn't read from my position, but which I suspected was an observation about Miss Cunningham's need to be the centre of attention. The Colonel caught my eye, and I detected the faint twitch of his moustache that suggested suppressed amusement. Holmes appeared just as Miss Cunningham was settling herself at the table with a plate that contained, I noted, considerably less food than enthusiasm. My friend looked refreshed and alert, his grey eyes bright with that particular quality of attention that indicated a mind already fully engaged with something of interest. "Good morning, Watson. Ladies, gentlemen," he greeted us, moving immediately to procure coffee. "A fine day for a constitution, I think. Miss Hartley, might I prevail upon you to show me something of the grounds later this morning? Lady Ashworth mentioned that you are intimately familiar with the estate." Eleanor's face showed surprise, followed by unmistakable pleasure. She wrote, "I would be honoured, Mr. Holmes. I walk the grounds most mornings when I am in residence. There are several paths of particular interest, if you enjoy natural beauty combined with solitude." "Both of which I enjoy exceedingly," Holmes replied, taking a seat at Eleanor. "Watson will accompany us, of course, if he's willing to brave the cold." "Certainly," I agreed, pleased at the prospect. I was curious to observe the interaction between Holmes and Eleanor away from the larger group, and I confess I welcomed any excuse to spend more time in her company. There was something profoundly peaceful about her presence, perhaps because her silence created a space in which one's own thoughts could expand without the constant pressure to fill every moment with speech. Lord Pemberton was the last to join us, appearing just before 10 o'clock in a magnificently embroidered dressing gown that suggested he had not yet committed fully to the concept of mourning. He yawned prodigiously, helped himself to coffee and little else, and collapsed into a chair with the air of a man who considered consciousness before noon to be something of an imposition. "Morning," he mumbled to the table at large. "Are any of you capable of explaining why country houses insist on such barbarous hours? In London, I'm rarely vertical before midday." "Discipline, my lord," Colonel Fairfax said with barely concealed disapproval. "The army taught me that the best hours of the day are wasted by those who sleep through them." "Yes, well, I rather think that's an argument against the army rather than for early rising," Pemberton retorted, but without real heat. "Still, I suppose when in Rome and all that. What's the plan for the day, then?" Lady Ashworth herself answered this question, entering the breakfast-room with the quiet efficiency of a skilled hostess, checking on her guests' comfort. She was dressed for the outdoors in a sensible tweed walking costume, and she greeted us all with genuine warmth before addressing Pemberton's question. "I thought we might have a leisurely morning," she explained, "with a walk through the grounds before luncheon for those who are interested. This afternoon, I've arranged for some of the neighbours to call for tea. Nothing formal, just a few local friends who I thought you might enjoy meeting. And this evening, I hoped we might have some music. Miss Cunningham has kindly agreed to play for us, and I understand Lord Pemberton has a pleasant singing voice." Pemberton groaned theatrically, but nodded. "I suppose I can be prevailed upon if the company insists. Though I warn you, my repertoire leans heavily toward music-hall numbers of questionable propriety." "We shall trust your judgment regarding what's appropriate for mixed company," Lady Ashworth replied with a smile. "Now, who would like to join me for the morning walk? The paths are well maintained, and the snow is light enough not to present any difficulty." Eleanor Holmes, the Colonel, and I all indicated our willingness. Miss Cunningham demurred, citing a letter she absolutely must write, though I suspected the true reason had more to do with protecting her elaborate coiffure and fashionable morning gown from the elements. Pemberton pleaded exhaustion from the mere thought of exercise, and the Reverend Blackwood expressed a desire to spend some time in Lady Ashworth's library, which he had heard contained an excellent collection of theological texts. We assembled in the entrance hall half an hour later, properly attired for winter walking. Holmes had borrowed a heavy coat from our host's late husband's wardrobe. He and Sir Edmund had apparently been of similar build, and I wore my own winter gear, which had seen me through many a cold morning in London. Eleanor appeared in a hooded cloak of dark green wool that set off her colouring admirably, and carried both her writing materials and her sketching pad in a leather satchel. Lady Ashworth led us out through a side door that opened onto what she informed us were the formal gardens, currently dormant but still beautiful in their geometric precision. The bare bones of the design were indeed striking, just as Reverend Blackwood had suggested at breakfast. Box hedges, pruned into rigid shapes, created walls and pathways. Dormant rose bushes stood in disciplined rows, and ornamental trees, carefully trained and shaped, provided focal points and vertical interest. "My late husband designed these gardens himself," Lady Ashworth explained as we walked the gravel paths, our breath misting in the cold air. "He was a great believer in the principle that structure should be apparent in all things, in gardens, in government, in life itself. I have maintained them exactly as he left them, though I confess I have added a more naturalistic woodland walk beyond the formal areas. Edmund always said I was too romantic in my tastes." I heard genuine affection in her voice when she spoke of her husband, and I calculated quickly. If he had been with the Foreign Office and had died some years ago, as I assumed, then Lady Ashworth must have been widowed while still relatively young. Yet she wore her loss with grace, maintaining his legacy while also creating spaces that reflected her own sensibilities. Eleanor had been walking slightly behind the main group, and I noticed she had taken out her sketching pad and was making quick studies of the garden's architecture. Not the plants themselves, but the lines and angles, the way shadows fell across the geometric beds, the interplay of natural and controlled elements. Holmes, walking beside her, observed this with interest. "You draw?" he inquired. She nodded and wrote in her notebook. I find it helps me see more clearly. To draw something, you must truly observe it. Not just glance, but study. The act of translating 3 dimensions to 2 requires understanding structure, light, proportion. It trains the eye. Precisely my philosophy regarding observation, Holmes replied with obvious pleasure. Though I confess I have never had talent for visual arts, my sketches, when I attempt them, look more like anatomical diagrams than anything artistic. But I understand the principle that to draw or paint or even describe something accurately, one must first see it completely. They fell into what appeared to be a deep discussion, conducted through Eleanor's swift written responses and Holmes's verbal replies, about the nature of observation and the different ways one might train oneself to notice what others missed. I found myself walking with Lady Ashworth and Colonel Fairfax, allowing Holmes and Eleanor the space for their conversation while enjoying my own discussion with my companions. "She's remarkable, isn't she?" Lady Ashworth said quietly, glancing back at Eleanor. "When I first met her 3 years ago, she had just experienced a terrible tragedy. She came to stay with me at the invitation of a mutual friend, and she was devastated is perhaps too mild a word. Shattered, really. But she has rebuilt herself through observation, through art, through this discipline of attention she has developed. I admire her tremendously." "May I ask," I ventured carefully, my medical curiosity overcoming my natural reticence, "what led to her silence? Is it a physical condition, or—" Lady Ashworth was quiet for a moment, and I feared I had overstepped. But then she spoke, her voice gentle. "It is not my story to tell, Doctor, and I hope you will understand. But I can say that Eleanor lost something precious, and in her grief she found that words seemed inadequate, even painful. The silence began as an inability to speak and gradually became a choice, a way of being in the world that gave her peace. She has never explained it fully to me, but I respect her decision absolutely." "Of course," I replied, feeling chastened. "Forgive my impertinent curiosity." "Not at all," she assured me with a kind smile. "You're a doctor. It's natural to wonder about causes and conditions. But some wounds are of the spirit rather than the body, and those must heal in their own way and their own time." We had reached the edge of the formal gardens, where a rustic wooden gate led into what appeared to be a more natural woodland area. Lady Ashworth opened the gate and gestured us through, and we found ourselves on a winding path that followed a small stream through bare winter trees. Here the landscape took on a different character entirely. The rigid geometry of the formal gardens gave way to organic curves and natural arrangements. The stream burbled over rocks, creating a peaceful music that seemed to emphasize, rather than break the silence. Birds called from the branches above, robins and wrens and the distant cry of a hawk, and our footsteps crunched softly on the snowy path. Eleanor had put away her sketching pad and was simply walking, her face turned upward to catch the filtered sunlight through the bare branches. There was something almost transcendent in her expression, a quality of complete presence that suggested someone utterly engaged with the moment, unburdened by the need to narrate or analyze or comment. Simply being, simply experiencing. Holmes, I noticed, was watching her with an expression I had rarely seen on his face, something approaching reverence, or perhaps recognition. Here was someone who understood what he had always advocated, the power of pure observation, unfiltered by preconception or the noise of one's own voice. "Miss Hartley," he said quietly, "you have given me a gift this morning, the reminder that silence is not empty but full of observation, of understanding, of truth. I thank you for it." Eleanor turned to him, and the smile that illuminated her face was radiant. She opened her notebook and wrote simply, "And you, Mr. Holmes, have given me the gift of being understood. That is rarer and more precious than you might imagine." We walked for another hour, the five of us moving through the winter landscape with a sense of fellowship that transcended the need for constant conversation. Colonel Fairfax pointed out various birds and offered commentary on the management of woodland. Lady Ashworth shared stories of the estate's history, and Holmes and Eleanor continued their silent dialogue, she writing and he responding, creating between them a form of communication that was somehow more intimate than ordinary speech. By the time we returned to the Manor for luncheon, I felt I understood something important, both about Eleanor Hartley and about the nature of communication itself. Words, I realized, were not always necessary for understanding. Sometimes silence spoke more clearly than any amount of speech ever could, and I suspected that before our visit to Ashworth Manor concluded, Eleanor's particular gift for silent observation would prove more valuable than any of us yet realized. The lunch was a lighter affair than the previous evening's dinner. Cold meats, cheese, fresh bread, and a hearty soup that warmed us after our morning walk. The conversation was animated, with those of us who had ventured outdoors describing the beauty of the winter landscape to those who had remained indoors. Miss Cunningham listened with an expression that suggested polite interest masking complete indifference, while Lord Pemberton had rallied sufficiently to display genuine charm, regaling us with amusing anecdotes about various country house parties he had attended and the social disasters that had befallen their hosts. The Reverend Blackwood, for his part, expounded at length about a fascinating theological text he had discovered in Lady Ashworth's library, a 17th-century treatise on the nature of divine silence that he found particularly relevant to our modern age. I noticed Eleanor's attention sharpened at this topic, and she wrote several observations about the spiritual dimensions of chosen silence that impressed even the learned clergymen with their depth and insight. After luncheon, Lady Ashworth announced that she had some household matters to attend to, and suggested we all rest or amuse ourselves as we saw fit until tea at 4 o'clock, when the promised neighbours would arrive. Most of the party dispersed to various pursuits. Pemberton announced his intention to nap. Miss Cunningham retired to write her letters, and the Reverend returned to the library with the enthusiasm of a scholar given unlimited access to a treasure trove. Holmes, however, sought out our hostess before she could disappear into the depths of the house. "Lady Ashworth," he said, "might I have that private word you mentioned last evening?" I confess my curiosity about the matter you wish to discuss has been building considerably. Our hostess glanced at the ornate clock on the mantelpiece. Of course, Mr. Holmes. Shall we say in half an hour? My study is just down the corridor from the library. That will give me time to complete my instructions to Mrs. Cooper about this evening's dinner. Perfect, Holmes agreed. Watson, would you care to join us? If Lady Ashworth has no objection, I replied. None whatsoever, she assured us. In fact, I would appreciate Dr. Watson's presence. His medical perspective may prove valuable. With time to spare, Holmes and I retreated to the morning room, a comfortable chamber that had been set aside for the use of gentlemen who wished to smoke. Holmes immediately drew out his pipe and tobacco pouch, settling into a leather armchair with the satisfied air of a man anticipating an interesting puzzle. Well, Watson, he said, once his pipe was drawing to his satisfaction, what do you make of our hostess and her assembled guests? I considered the question carefully, knowing that Holmes valued my observations even when they fell short of his own deductive brilliance. Lady Ashworth is clearly a woman of intelligence and considerable social skill, I began. She manages her household and her guests with apparent effortlessness. Yet, I sense there is something weighing on her mind, some concern that prompted her to invite you here under the guise of a simple house party. Indeed, Holmes agreed. Continue. As for the guests, they seem an oddly assorted group. Colonel Fairfax strikes me as a decent man, a bit rigid perhaps, but honest and straightforward. Lord Pemberton is charming but idle, the sort who has never had to work for anything, and consequently treats life as an extended entertainment. Miss Cunningham is— I paused, searching for diplomatic phrasing. Vain, shallow, and somewhat mercenary in her social calculations, Holmes supplied bluntly. Yes, I concur. She is here husband-hunting, I suspect, with her sights set on either Pemberton or possibly myself, though she will be disappointed on both counts. I smiled at this characterization, though I could not fault its accuracy. The Reverend seems genuinely learned and well-meaning, if perhaps a bit prone to lengthy discourse on his favourite subjects. And Miss Hartley? Holmes prompted, his grey eyes keen with interest. Remarkable, I said simply. Truly remarkable. Her powers of observation rival your own, Holmes, though as— The Colonel noted her motivations seemed different. She observes not to deduce, but to understand. And there is a depth to her, a sense of having experienced profound suffering and emerged changed, but not broken. Very good, Watson, Holmes said approvingly. You have read her accurately. I have been observing her carefully, and I believe there is a story there of considerable pathos. The silence is a choice, as Lady Ashworth indicated, but it arose from trauma. What trauma precisely, I cannot yet say, but I intend to discover it, not from prurient curiosity, but because I believe understanding her story may be key to whatever puzzle our hostess wishes us to solve. Before I could respond, the clock chimed the half-hour, and we made our way to Lady Ashworth's study. It was a room that immediately declared its owner's character, lined with books, furnished with a substantial desk covered in neat stacks of correspondence and account books, and decorated with photographs and personal mementos that suggested a life fully lived. Lady Ashworth herself was seated at the desk when we entered, but she rose to greet us and gestured us toward comfortable chairs arranged before a small fireplace. "Thank you for your patience, gentlemen," she began, settling herself in the third chair and folding her hands in her lap. "I confess I have been somewhat deceptive in my invitation to you. While I do genuinely enjoy entertaining, and I am truly pleased to have you as my guests, there was indeed an ulterior motive for asking you here." "I rather suspected as much," Holmes said mildly. "Pray, tell us the nature of your concern." Lady Ashworth took a breath, seeming to gather her thoughts. "It concerns Eleanor, Miss Hartley. She has been receiving letters, anonymous letters, of a disturbing nature." I felt myself stiffen with indignation. "Threatening letters?" I asked, my protective instincts immediately aroused. "Not precisely threatening," Lady Ashworth clarified, "but deeply unsettling nonetheless. They reference her past, events that are known to very few people, and they seem designed to cause her psychological distress. Eleanor has tried to dismiss them as the work of some cruel person with too much time and too little conscience, but I can see they trouble her greatly." "How many letters has she received?" Holmes inquired, his manner instantly businesslike. "5, over the course of the past 2 months. The first arrived at her London residence. The subsequent ones have found her at various locations. Here at my home, at her family's estate in Kent, even at the home of another friend in Bath. Whoever is sending them knows her movements with disturbing accuracy." "Do you have the letters?" Holmes asked. "Eleanor does. She has kept them all, though I know it pains her to do so. I have seen them. They are written in block capitals, posted from different locations throughout England, and they reference specific details about the tragedy that led to her silence." Holmes leaned forward, his fingers steepled beneath his chin in that characteristic pose that indicated intense concentration. "Tell me about this tragedy, Lady Ashworth. I understand it may be painful, but if I am to help Miss Hartley, I must know the full circumstances." Our hostess was quiet for a long moment, and when she spoke, her voice was heavy with old sorrow. 3 years ago, Eleanor was engaged to be married. His name was Thomas Hartley, a distant cousin, as it happens, though they had not met until adulthood. He was a young architect of considerable promise, and by all accounts they were deeply in love. The wedding was planned for June of 1892. She paused, and I saw her hands tighten in her lap. In April of that year, Thomas was working on a project in Manchester, the design of a new railway station. There was an accident at the construction site, a collapse of scaffolding. Thomas was killed instantly, along with 2 workmen. "How terrible," I murmured, feeling a deep sympathy for Eleanor's loss. "Eleanor was devastated, as you might imagine," Lady Ashworth continued. "But there was worse to come. An inquest was held, and it was determined that the collapse was due to faulty design, specifically calculations that Thomas had made incorrectly. The finding was that his negligence had not only cost his own life, but had resulted in the deaths of 2 innocent men." "Good God," I breathed. Eleanor, who had been numb with grief, was suddenly confronted with the horrible possibility that the man she loved had been responsible for the deaths of others. The families of the deceased workmen brought suit against Thomas's estate, which would have been Eleanor's inheritance through marriage. The newspapers were merciless, dragging Thomas's name and reputation through the mud. And Eleanor simply stopped speaking. The weight of grief compounded by public scandal and moral uncertainty, Holmes said quietly. I can well understand how such trauma might rob one of the desire, or even the ability, to engage in ordinary discourse. Precisely, Lady Ashworth confirmed. She retreated to her family home, refused all visitors except immediate family and closest friends, and communicated only through written notes. At first, we all assumed it was temporary, that time would heal the wound and her voice would return. But gradually it became clear that the silence was not an affliction, but a refuge, a way of controlling her engagement with a world that had become unbearably painful. "And these letters," Holmes said, returning to the immediate problem, "do they reference this tragedy?" "They do. They contain details about the accident, about the inquest, about Thomas's alleged failures, but more than that, they seem to suggest that there is more to the story than what emerged at the time. They hint at secrets, at deceptions, at truths that Eleanor herself may not know." "Has Miss Hartley shared with you what these hints consist of?" Holmes asked. "Only in general terms. She finds them too distressing to discuss in detail. But she is frightened, Mr. Holmes, though she tries to hide it. Not frightened for her physical safety, but frightened that there may indeed be truths about Thomas that she never knew. Truths that might make the past even more painful than it already is." I saw Holmes's expression sharpen with interest. "This is indeed a delicate matter," he said. "I assume Miss Hartley is aware that you have consulted me?" "She is," Lady Ashworth confirmed. "In fact, it was partly her idea, though she was reluctant to impose. I told her that you would be interested in the puzzle for its own sake, and that seemed to make the request more palatable to her." "She was quite right," Holmes assured her. "I am very interested indeed. Might I examine these letters this evening, after dinner, and speak with Miss Hartley about the circumstances in detail?" "I will arrange it," Lady Ashworth promised. "She will be—" Whatever she was about to say was cut short by a sudden commotion from elsewhere in the house. Raised voices, hurried footsteps, and then a loud knocking at the study door. "My lady!" It was Stevens, the butler, and his usually imperturbable voice carried a note of genuine alarm. "My lady, I must speak with you immediately." Lady Ashworth rose and opened the door. "What is it, Stevens? What has happened?" "It's the library, my lady," Stevens said, his face flushed with agitation. "The door is locked from the inside, and we cannot get any response from within. We fear, that is, we believe Lady Ashworth may be—" He stopped, confused. "I beg your pardon, my lady. I meant to say we believe someone may be locked inside." "Stevens, calm yourself," Lady Ashworth said firmly. "I am quite clearly here, so obviously I am not locked in the library. Who is supposed to be in there?" "No one, my lady," Stevens replied. "But the door is most definitely locked from within, and Miss Hartley was seen entering the library some time ago, and now she cannot be found anywhere in the house, and—" Holmes was on his feet instantly. When was Miss Hartley last seen, and by whom? "By Mary, the upstairs maid, sir. She saw Miss Hartley go into the library shortly after luncheon, perhaps 1:30. Mary mentioned it because she thought it odd, as the Reverend Blackwood was already in there, and Miss Hartley generally prefers solitude when she reads." "And the Reverend?" I asked, following Holmes as he strode rapidly toward the door. "He emerged at approximately 2:00, sir, and went upstairs to rest. Mary saw him pass, but Miss Hartley has not been seen since." We hastened through the corridors, collecting other members of the household as we went. By the time we reached the library, quite a crowd had assembled. Lord Pemberton, roused from his nap by the commotion. Miss Cunningham, looking both alarmed and excited. Colonel Fairfax, his military bearing, immediately asserting itself in the crisis, and the Reverend Blackwood appearing genuinely distressed. The library was a substantial room on the ground floor, with tall windows overlooking the gardens and floor-to-ceiling shelves laden with books. The door, a heavy oak affair with ornate iron hinges, was indeed closed, and when Holmes tried the handle, it refused to turn. "Locked," he confirmed. He knocked sharply on the panels. Miss Hartley, can you hear me?" Silence. Complete, unbroken silence. Holmes turned to Stevens. "You said the door is locked from the inside. How can you be certain?" "The key, sir," Stevens explained, pointing to the lock. "This library has a key that locks only from the inside, a privacy measure Sir Edmund installed years ago so he could work undisturbed. The key is kept in the lock, and when turned, it can only be unlocked from within. You can see there is no keyhole on this side of the door." Indeed, examination showed that the lock mechanism was precisely as Stevens described, designed to provide complete privacy for anyone within, with no means of entry from the corridor. "Windows?" Holmes asked sharply. "All closed from the inside, sir," one of the footmen reported, having run to check. "I could see through the glass. The latches are all secured." Holmes's eyes were alight with that fierce intensity that indicated his mind working at tremendous speed. "So we have a room locked from within, with all windows secured from the inside, and a person who entered but has not emerged. Colonel Fairfax, would you be so good as to check whether there are any other exits from this room? Servants' passages, concealed doors, anything of that nature?" The colonel nodded, and immediately set about examining the walls with methodical precision. I moved to Holmes's side. "What are you thinking?" I asked quietly. "I am thinking, Watson, that we have a classic locked room mystery, except that there has been no crime, merely a disappearance, or at least no crime that we yet know of." "Could Miss Hartley have locked herself in deliberately?" I suggested. "Perhaps she needed privacy to read those disturbing letters?" "Possible," Holmes conceded, "but it does not explain why she fails to respond to our calls. Unless—" He did not complete the thought, but I understood his concern. If Eleanor was in distress, if the letters had pushed her to some desperate action— "We must get this door open," Lady Ashworth said, her voice tight with worry. "Immediately." "Agreed," Holmes replied. "But let me examine the lock first. Breaking down the door should be our last resort, as it will destroy any evidence that might explain this mystery." He dropped to one knee and peered closely at the lock mechanism, producing his magnifying glass from an inner pocket. The assembled company watched in tense silence as he examined every aspect of the door, the frame, the hinges, the very wood itself. Finally, he stood. There is no sign of tampering or forced entry. The lock is engaged precisely as it should be if turned from within. "Colonel, what have you found?" "Nothing, Holmes," Fairfax reported, emerging from behind a shelf, looking frustrated. "The walls are solid stone behind the panelling, and I can find no indication of any concealed passages or secondary exits." "Then we have only one option," Holmes declared. "The door must be forced. Stevens, can you arrange it?" Within minutes, 2 strong footmen had been summoned with a heavy iron bar. At Holmes's direction, they positioned themselves to apply pressure to the door near the lock, working to spring the mechanism without causing more damage than necessary. It took several attempts, the wood groaning and splintering, but finally, with a sharp crack, the lock gave way, and the door swung inward. We rushed into the library. Holmes first, then myself, then the others crowding behind, and stopped short, staring in utter bewilderment at the scene before us. The library was empty, completely, utterly empty. Eleanor Hartley was nowhere to be seen. For a long moment we stood frozen in the doorway, our minds struggling to reconcile what we were seeing, or rather, what we were not seeing, with what logic dictated must be impossible. The library lay before us precisely as one would expect to find it. Books lining the walls in neat rows, comfortable reading chairs positioned near the windows, a writing desk in one corner, and the fire burning low in the grate. Everything was in perfect order. Everything was utterly normal, except that Eleanor Hartley, who had entered this room and not emerged, was simply not there. Holmes moved first, striding into the room with swift, purposeful steps. "No one else enters," he commanded sharply. "Watson, you may assist me. The rest of you, please remain in the corridor." I heard murmurs of protest, but Lady Ashworth's voice cut through them with firm authority. "Please, everyone, let Mr. Holmes work. Stevens, take the staff back to their duties. The rest of you, shall we wait in the morning room? I shall have tea brought." Reluctantly, the assembled company withdrew, though I noticed Colonel Fairfax lingered in the doorway, his soldier's instinct to remain alert to potential danger clearly warring with his respect for Holmes's methods. Holmes caught his eye and gave a small nod of acknowledgement, and the colonel returned it before stepping back and closing the damaged door as much as its broken lock would allow. "Right, Watson," Holmes said, already on his knees examining the floor near the entrance. "Let us proceed systematically. First, we establish the facts. The room was locked from within. The mechanism confirms this. The windows are all latched from the inside. You can verify this while I examine the floor and furnishings." I moved immediately to the windows. There were 3 of them, tall affairs with multiple panes, and each was indeed secured by an interior latch that showed no signs of having been disturbed. I tested each one carefully, and all were firmly locked. Moreover, the windows looked out onto the terrace and gardens, areas that were covered in the light snow that had fallen the previous night. Had anyone exited through a window, their footprints would have been clearly visible in the unmarked white expanse. "All windows secured," I reported, "and the snow outside shows no footprints whatsoever." "As I expected," Holmes murmured, moving his magnifying glass slowly across the carpet. "Now, what can we deduce from the room itself? Miss Hartley entered here some time after 1:30. The Reverend Blackwood had been here earlier, but departed at approximately 2 o'clock. Therefore, Eleanor was alone in this room for some period of time before the alarm was raised. What was she doing?" He rose and moved to the writing desk, examining its surface with minute attention. "Aha," he said softly. "Watson, come and look at this." I joined him at the desk and saw what had caught his attention. The leather writing surface bore the faint impression of recent writing, the kind of indentation left when one presses firmly with a pen on paper. Holmes tilted the desk toward the light from the window, and the impressions became more visible. "She was writing," I observed. "Or rather, someone was writing at this desk recently." Indeed. And given that the Reverend Blackwood was reading theological texts, not composing letters, we may reasonably assume it was Eleanor who used this desk. Holmes opened the desk's drawers one by one, examining their contents with swift efficiency. Nothing of immediate significance, standard writing materials, some of Lady Ashworth's personal stationery, a few old account books. But Watson? What is missing? I considered the question. Her notebook and her pen. She carries them constantly, yet they are not here in the room. Precisely. Which suggests that she took them with her when she what, exactly? Vanished into thin air? Holmes's tone was sardonic, his rational mind rejecting such impossibilities, even as the evidence seemed to support them. He moved methodically around the room, examining every surface, every shelf, every possible hiding place. I assisted, checking behind furniture, peering into cabinets, even, feeling rather foolish, tapping on wall panels in search of concealed passages that the Colonel had already determined did not exist. After nearly half an hour of intensive investigation, Holmes stood in the centre of the room, his arms folded, his brow furrowed in concentration. "This is most vexing," he admitted. "Every aspect of this room confirms that it was locked from within, with no possible means of exit except through the door or windows, both of which were secured from the inside. Yet Miss Hartley is indisputably not here. The contradiction is absolute. Could she have hidden herself somewhere so cleverly that we have not yet discovered her?" I suggested, though even as I spoke, I recognized the weakness of this theory. Where in this room could a grown woman conceal herself so effectively that our thorough search had not revealed her? Holmes shook his head. "We have examined every possible hiding place. Unless Miss Hartley has mastered the art of rendering herself invisible, which even my generous assessment of her talents would not stretch to include, she is not in this room." "Then how?" "Wait," Holmes interrupted, holding up one hand. His eyes had fixed on something, and I watched as he crossed to the fireplace and knelt before it. "Watson, bring me that poker." I handed him the implement, and he used it to carefully probe the ashes in the grate. After a moment, he made a sound of satisfaction, and withdrew the poker, upon which were speared several charred fragments of paper. "She burned something," I observed. "Yes, but what?" Holmes carried the fragments to the desk and laid them out carefully on the leather surface. They were too damaged to read fully, but I could make out a few words in that distinctive block capital writing Lady Ashworth had described. "Truth about," and "never forgive," and what might have been Thomas. "One of the letters," Holmes said with certainty. "She came here to read, or perhaps reread, the anonymous letters, and she burned at least one of them. But why? Anger? Fear? A desire to be rid of them?" Before I could offer a theory, there came a soft knock at the damaged door. Holmes called permission to enter, and Lady Ashworth stepped into the room, her face pale with worry. "Forgive me, Mr. Holmes, but I cannot wait any longer. Have you found anything? Any sign of Eleanor?" "I regret to say that we've found only deepening mystery," Holmes replied. "Lady Ashworth, I must ask you, are you absolutely certain there are no secret passages, no concealed exits from this room? Your late husband was in the Foreign Office. Might he have installed such features for security purposes?" Our hostess shook her head firmly. "Edmund was in the diplomatic service, not the intelligence service, Mr. Holmes, and I assure you, I have lived in this house for 25 years. There are no secret passages in Ashworth Manor. It is not that sort of house." "Then we are faced with an impossible situation," Holmes said, beginning to pace. "A woman enters a room, locks it from within, and vanishes without any possible means of exit. It is the kind of problem I would normally dismiss as having some mundane explanation that has been overlooked. Yet our examination has been thorough, and the facts remain stubbornly inexplicable. "Mr. Holmes," Lady Ashworth said, her voice trembling slightly, "I am very frightened for Eleanor. Those letters have been distressing her terribly, and if she has done something rash, if this locked room was meant to ensure privacy for some desperate act. I do not believe she has come to harm within this room," Holmes assured her. "There is no sign of violence, no evidence of self-harm. But I confess I cannot yet explain her absence. Perhaps," I ventured, "we should search the rest of the house. It is possible that Eleanor left the library by some means we have not yet determined, and is somewhere else in the manor." "An excellent suggestion, Watson," Holmes agreed. "Lady Ashworth, with your permission, I would like to conduct a systematic search of the entire house. We need to account for Miss Hartley's whereabouts." "Of course," our hostess agreed immediately. "I shall have Stevens organize the staff to assist you." Within minutes, a thorough search of Ashworth Manor was underway. Every room was examined, every closet opened, every possible hiding place investigated. I found myself checking Eleanor's own bedchamber, a neat, tastefully appointed room that showed signs of occupancy, but no indication of recent distress or unusual activity. Her personal effects were arranged with care, her clothing hung in the wardrobe, and on the writing desk were several more of her notebooks, neatly stacked. I glanced through these notebooks with some hesitation, feeling that I was intruding on private thoughts, but my concern for her safety overcame my scruples. The pages were filled with observations, sketches, and reflections, a window into a thoughtful, artistic mind that found beauty and meaning in careful attention to the world. But there was nothing that suggested desperation or fear, nothing that explained her disappearance. The search continued for more than an hour, expanding to include the outbuildings, the stables, and even the grounds immediately surrounding the house. But as the winter afternoon began to fade toward evening, we were forced to accept a troubling conclusion. Eleanor Hartley was nowhere to be found on the Ashworth estate. Holmes called us all together in the drawing-room as the lamps were being lit. The assembled company looked to him with expressions ranging from worry to bewilderment, and I could see the weight of their expectations upon him. "I must be frank with you all," Holmes began, his voice grave. "Miss Hartley appears to have vanished under circumstances that I cannot yet explain. The locked library presents a puzzle that defies conventional logic, and our search of the house and grounds has yielded no trace of her." "Should we not contact the local constabulary?" Reverend Blackwood asked anxiously. "Organize a proper search party?" "Not yet," Holmes replied. "I do not believe Miss Hartley is in immediate danger, and involving the authorities at this stage would likely do more harm than good, particularly given her preference for privacy and her distress over the anonymous letters." "But where could she possibly have gone?" Miss Cunningham demanded, her voice shrill with agitation. "She cannot simply have disappeared." "Yet that is precisely what appears to have happened," Lord Pemberton observed, his usual languid manner replaced by genuine concern. "Holmes, surely you must have some theory." Before Holmes could respond, Colonel Fairfax spoke up, his military bearing evident in his firm tone. "Mr. Holmes, during your examination of the library, did you find anything that might suggest Miss Hartley's state of mind? Any indication of her intentions?" "Only evidence that she had been reading and burning one of the anonymous letters," Holmes replied. Beyond that, the room revealed remarkably little. Lady Ashworth, who had been standing by the fireplace, suddenly spoke. "The other letters," she said urgently. "Eleanor kept them all in her room. We should examine them, Mr. Holmes. Perhaps they contain some clue to where she might have gone, or why." "With your permission, I would like to do precisely that," Holmes agreed. "Watson, would you accompany me?" We excused ourselves and returned to Eleanor's chamber. Lady Ashworth directed us to a small escritoire, and, in its locked drawer, the key was in Eleanor's jewellery box, which our hostess knew. We found a slim portfolio containing 4 letters, each in an envelope bearing different postmarks from various locations around England. Holmes spread them carefully on the writing desk, and we read them together. Each was written in the same block capitals on cheap paper, and each was more disturbing than the last. The first read, "You think you know the truth about Thomas Hartley. You know nothing. The accident was not what it seemed." The second, "His death was not the tragedy. The tragedy is what he did before he died. Ask yourself why he was really in Manchester." The third, "The inquest lied. The newspapers lied. Everyone lied to protect you, but the truth will come out." And the fourth, most recently received, "You will never forgive him when you learn what he was. Come to Ashworth Manor. The proof is there, in the place where secrets are kept." I felt a chill run through me as I read the final letter. "Holmes," I said urgently, "this last letter, it specifically mentions Ashworth Manor. It directed her to come here." "Indeed," Holmes replied, his voice tight with concentration. "And it mentions the place where secrets are kept. Watson, what in this house might fit that description? A safe? A locked drawer? Some hiding place known to the sender but not to Eleanor herself?" Holmes's eyes suddenly blazed with realization. "Or a library," he said softly. "A place where knowledge is stored, where documents and records might be kept. Watson, Eleanor did not vanish from the library by accident. She went there deliberately, following the instructions in this letter, seeking proof that the sender claimed was hidden there. But we found nothing in the library except evidence that she had burned one of the letters," I protested. "We found nothing because we did not know what to look for," Holmes corrected. "But Eleanor knew. She went to the library seeking something specific, some document, some evidence related to Thomas Hartley and the accident that killed him. And I believe she found it." "Then where is she now?" I asked, bewildered. Holmes turned to me, and I saw in his face the fierce determination that characterized him when he was closing in on a solution. "I believe, Watson, that Eleanor has chosen to disappear. Not by supernatural means, but by very deliberate human planning. She found what she was looking for in the library, and it was significant enough, devastating enough, that she felt compelled to act upon it immediately. She left the manor of her own volition, using a means we have not yet discovered, because what she learned required her to go somewhere, to confront someone, to seek answers that could not wait." "But how did she leave a locked room?" I demanded, frustrated by the continued impossibility of it all. "That, my dear Watson, is what we must now determine. And I believe the answer lies in re-examining the library with fresh eyes, now that we understand what we are truly investigating. Not a mysterious disappearance, but a carefully planned departure." We returned to the drawing room to find Lady Ashworth had ordered tea, though no one seemed to have much appetite for it. Holmes requested that everyone remain in the manor for the evening, and that dinner be delayed while he conducted one final examination of the library. As we approached the damaged door once more, I saw something that made me stop short. Lying on the floor just inside the room, barely visible in the gathering darkness, was Eleanor's small leather-bound notebook, the one she carried constantly. It had not been there during our earlier search. I was certain of it. Holmes saw it at the same moment I did. He picked it up carefully, opened it, and his face changed as he read what was written on the page. Mr. Holmes, I am sorry for the deception, but I had to find the truth. The library holds more than books. Look beneath Sir Edmund's portrait, behind the section on architectural history. What I found there has given me no choice but to act. I must go to Manchester. I will return when I have answers. Please forgive me. E.H. Holmes looked at me, triumph and concern warring in his expression. She has left us a message, Watson, and now we know where to look. We approached the section of shelving she had indicated, below the portrait of the late Sir Edmund Ashworth that hung above the architectural history texts. Holmes began removing books systematically, and behind them, set into the wall, was a small, concealed compartment, the kind that might have been used by a diplomat to hide sensitive documents. The compartment was empty now, but there were marks in the dust that suggested something. Papers, perhaps a small box, had recently been removed. She found it, Holmes said quietly. Whatever the anonymous letters promised was here. Eleanor found it, and it was significant enough to send her off to Manchester on what I suspect is a quest for the final truth about Thomas Hartley's death. Should we follow her? I asked. Holmes considered, then shook his head. She has asked for our understanding, and she has promised to return. More importantly, she has left under her own power and of her own will. There is no suggestion of coercion or danger. What we can do, Watson, is solve the remaining mystery. How she escaped from a locked room. He turned to examine the windows once more, and this time he noticed something we had missed before. One window, the one farthest from the door, had a peculiarity in its design. The latch could be secured from the outside if one reached through a narrow gap at the bottom where the frame had warped slightly with age. There, Holmes said with satisfaction. She left through this window, pulled it closed behind her, and secured the latch using a thin implement, perhaps a letter opener or even a sturdy pen, inserted through this gap. The snow shows no footprints because she stepped onto the stone terrace directly below, which was swept clear this morning. From there she could have walked to the stables, where I suspect we will find that a horse or carriage has been taken, and departed for the railway station. It was ingenious in its simplicity, and entirely possible for someone of Eleanor's intelligence and determination. As we stood in the library, with the answer finally in hand, I found myself filled with admiration for the remarkable woman who had chosen silence as her mode of being, yet whose actions spoke more eloquently than any words could have done. Holmes's deduction regarding Eleanor's escape proved entirely correct. A discreet inquiry at the stables revealed that Miss Hartley had indeed departed in Lady Ashworth's smaller carriage at approximately 3 o'clock that afternoon, having written a note to the head groom requesting the conveyance and indicating she had our hostess's permission. The groom, accustomed to Eleanor's written communications and having no reason to doubt her word, had complied without question. She had been driven to the railway station at Moreton-in-Marsh, where, we later learned, she had caught the 3:47 train to London, from which she could make connections to Manchester. Lady Ashworth was, understandably, deeply distressed by these revelations. We gathered in her study once more, Holmes, myself, and our hostess, to discuss what should be done. "I cannot believe she would simply leave without a word to me," Lady Ashworth said, her voice tight with hurt and worry. "We have been such close friends these past 3 years. Why would she not confide in me about what she had discovered?" "Because," Holmes replied gently, "what she discovered in that hidden compartment concerned your late husband, Lady Ashworth. Eleanor may have felt that sharing it with you before she understood its full significance would be a betrayal of your friendship. Or, perhaps, she wished to spare you distress until she could be certain of the facts." Our hostess paled. "Edmund? What could Edmund possibly have to do with Thomas Hartley's death? They never even met, as far as I know." "That," Holmes said, "is precisely what we must determine. Lady Ashworth, I must ask you some direct questions about your husband's work with the Foreign Office. I understand this may be painful, but it is necessary." She straightened in her chair, composing herself with visible effort. "Ask what you must, Mr. Holmes. Your husband's position, what precisely did it entail? You mentioned he was in the diplomatic service, not intelligence, but the presence of that hidden compartment suggests he dealt with sensitive materials." "Edmund was a senior diplomatic courier," Lady Ashworth explained. "He carried documents between the Foreign Office and our embassies abroad, particularly those in Europe. It was work that required absolute discretion and trustworthiness. The compartment in the library was installed at the Foreign Office's request as a secure location where he could store documents temporarily when he was working from home. And in 1892, the year of Thomas Hartley's death, was your husband involved in any particular assignment that might have taken him to Manchester?" Lady Ashworth's brow furrowed in thought. "Manchester? I don't recall—" "Wait. Yes, there was something. Edmund made several trips to the north that spring. He told me it was related to trade negotiations with German industrial interests. There were concerns about manufacturing patents and industrial espionage. But surely that could have nothing to do with a railway station construction accident." Holmes and I exchanged glances. The pieces were beginning to align, though the picture they formed was still incomplete. "Lady Ashworth," I ventured carefully, "the letters Eleanor received suggested that the inquest into Thomas Hartley's death concealed certain facts. If your husband was involved in sensitive diplomatic matters in Manchester at the same time, is it possible there was some connection? Something that required discretion? How was the accident reported?" Our hostess looked genuinely bewildered. "But why would a diplomatic matter have any bearing on a construction accident? I cannot see how the two could possibly be related." "Nor can I as yet," Holmes admitted. "But Eleanor clearly believes there is a connection, and the anonymous letter writer has been deliberately leading her to this conclusion. Someone wanted her to discover whatever was hidden in that compartment. Someone who knew about your husband's work and Eleanor's tragedy, and who has been systematically manipulating her toward this moment." "But who?" Lady Ashworth asked. "And to what end?" "Those questions," Holmes replied, "I cannot yet answer. But I believe we must give Eleanor the time she has requested. She has gone to Manchester seeking the truth about Thomas Hartley's death, and I suspect she will find answers that have been concealed for 3 years. "Should we not follow her?" our hostess asked, urgently if she is walking into some danger. Eleanor is resourceful and intelligent, Holmes assured her, and she has chosen this course of action with full awareness of what she is doing. To pursue her now would be to suggest we do not trust her judgment, which would be both insulting and counterproductive. No, we must wait, and while we wait, we must uncover what we can about the other half of this puzzle. The anonymous letters, I said, understanding his intent. We need to discover who has been sending them, and why. Precisely, Watson. Lady Ashworth, I shall need to examine those letters more closely, and I would like to send some telegrams to my contacts in London and Manchester, with your permission? Of course, Mr. Holmes. Whatever you require. The remainder of that evening was spent in intense investigation. Holmes subjected the 4 letters to minute examination, analysing the paper, the ink, the formation of the letters, and any other clues they might yield. Meanwhile, I composed several telegrams at his dictation, one to Lestrade at Scotland Yard, requesting any files related to the 1892 Manchester railway station incident, another to a journalist Holmes knew at the Manchester Guardian, asking about the same event, and a third to a former Foreign Office colleague, who might be able to shed light on Sir Edmund Ashworth's activities during that period. We agreed, at Lady Ashworth's request, to tell the other house guests that Miss Hartley had been called away on urgent family business, and had departed suddenly, apologising for any inconvenience. This story was accepted with varying degrees of curiosity and concern, though I noticed Colonel Fairfax watching Holmes with the shrewd awareness of a man who suspected there was more to the tale than he was being told. The following day, Sunday, passed with agonizing slowness. Holmes was restless and uncommunicative, a sign that his mind was working furiously on the problem, even as his body paced the confines of Ashworth Manor. We attended church in the village with Lady Ashworth and the other guests, a concession to social convention that Holmes bore with barely concealed impatience, and returned to a subdued luncheon during which conversation was sporadic and strained. It was not until late afternoon that the telegrams began to arrive in response to Holmes's inquiries. The first was from Lestrade. Hartley case closed as accidental death stop, inquest verdict, negligent design stop, no suspicion of foul play, stop files archived, stop can request if needed, stop Lestrade. The second, from the journalist, was more illuminating. Remember incident well, stop 3 deaths total, stop inquest, unusually brief, stop some local speculation about pressure from London to conclude quickly. Stop families of deceased workmen accepted substantial settlements. Stop railway company. Paid all costs. Stop station completed without further incident. Stop happy to investigate further. If useful, stop regards. Stop Harrison. But it was the third telegram that provided the most significant revelation. Holmes read it through twice, his expression growing increasingly grave, before handing it to me without comment. Ashworth assignment, 1892. Classified stop can confirm Manchester involvement. Stop related to German industrial intelligence. Stop railway station. Construction used as cover for sensitive communications. Stop Hartley unknowingly involved. Stop discretion. Essential then and now stop. Suggest no further inquiry. Stop Whitehall. I looked up from the telegram to find Holmes watching me intently. "Do you see it, Watson?" he asked quietly. "Thomas Hartley was somehow caught up in a diplomatic intelligence operation," I said slowly, working through the implications. The railway station construction was being used as cover for... For what? Communications between British and German agents? or the interception of such communications, Holmes suggested. Remember, this was 1892. Tensions between Britain and Germany were already building over colonial and industrial competition. If the Foreign Office had intelligence that German agents were using the railway construction project to pass information, they might well have inserted their own people into the situation. And Thomas Hartley, an architect legitimately working on the design, would have been an unwitting participant, I continued, the picture becoming clearer. But then the accident occurred. An accident that killed Thomas and 2 workmen, Holmes said grimly. An accident that was investigated very briefly and concluded very quickly, with substantial payments made to the families of the deceased and no further questions asked. "You think it wasn't an accident at all?" I said, feeling a chill despite the warmth of the room. "I think," Holmes replied carefully, "that whatever Thomas Hartley saw or learned during his work in Manchester made him a liability to someone's operations. I think the accident may have been arranged to silence him, along with 2 unfortunate workmen who were simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. And I think Sir Edmund Ashworth, as the diplomatic courier involved in the Manchester operation, knew the truth, but was sworn to secrecy by his government." "Good God," I breathed. "And Eleanor is walking directly into this situation, seeking answers about her fiancé's death." "Indeed," Holmes said. "Which means, Watson, that we can no longer afford to wait patiently for her return. We must go to Manchester ourselves, immediately, and ensure that Eleanor does not come to harm in her quest for the truth." We found Lady Ashworth, and explained as much as we felt we could without revealing classified information, that we believed Eleanor might be in danger, and that we needed to depart for Manchester at once. Our hostess, to her credit, did not waste time with questions, but immediately ordered her carriage prepared and sent Stevens to pack our bags. "Bring her back safely, Mr. Holmes," she said as we prepared to depart. "And when you do, tell her that I bear no grudge for her deception. Tell her that I understand why Edmund kept secrets, and that I understand why she must seek the truth. But please, bring her home safely." Holmes clasped her hand warmly. "You have my word, Lady Ashworth." The journey to Manchester required us to return first to Moreton-in-Marsh, catch the evening train to London, spend a few hours at Baker Street collecting additional resources, and then take the first morning train north. It was a grueling journey, and I confess I slept very little, my mind occupied with worry for Eleanor and growing anger at the nameless individuals who had apparently orchestrated a triple murder and concealed it under the guise of an industrial accident. We arrived in Manchester on Monday morning to cold rain and grey skies that perfectly matched my mood. Holmes had telegraphed ahead to arrange accommodation and to request that Inspector Gregson of Manchester Police, a competent officer with whom Holmes had worked previously, meet us at our hotel. Gregson arrived within an hour of our own arrival, a stocky, practical man with shrewd eyes and a no-nonsense manner. Holmes explained the situation in broad terms, carefully omitting the diplomatic aspects, but focusing on our concern for Eleanor's safety. "So you're looking for a young woman who came to Manchester seeking information about the 1892 railway station incident," Gregson summarized. "And you believe she may be in danger from whoever sent her here?" "Precisely," Holmes confirmed. "Have there been any inquiries about that incident recently? Any strangers asking questions?" Gregson frowned thoughtfully. "Funny you should ask. There was a young woman who couldn't speak communicate by writing, who came to the station on Saturday evening. Caused quite a stir, actually. She was asking the station master about the construction of the building and the accident during its building. He referred her to the railway company offices, but they were closed for the weekend. "Where did she go?" I asked urgently. The station master suggested she try the Victoria Hotel. That's where most of the engineers and construction supervisors stayed during the building project. Thought someone there might remember the details. Holmes was already on his feet. "The Victoria Hotel, you said. Watson, come. Inspector Gregson, would you be so good as to accompany us?" The Victoria Hotel proved to be a respectable establishment, catering to commercial travellers and business visitors. The desk clerk remembered Eleanor immediately. The lady who couldn't speak. Yes, she took a room on Saturday evening. She's still in residence, I believe. Room 24. Relief flooded through me. She was here, and apparently safe. But Holmes's expression remained cautious. "Has she had any visitors?" he asked the clerk. "Just one, sir. A gentleman called yesterday afternoon, asked for her by name. They met in the private sitting room downstairs, spoke for about an hour. Then the gentleman left." "Can you describe this gentleman?" Holmes asked sharply. The clerk thought for a moment. "Middle-aged, well-dressed, and spoke with an educated accent. Had a military bearing about him, if you ask me. Carried a walking stick with a distinctive handle, looked like silver, shaped like a bird's head." My blood ran cold. I knew exactly one person in our recent acquaintance who matched that description. "Colonel Fairfax," I said to Holmes, and he nodded grimly. "Indeed, Watson. It would appear that our fellow house-guest has been rather more than he seemed. Inspector, I think we must speak with Miss Hartley immediately, and we may need to locate Colonel Fairfax as a matter of urgency." We ascended to the second floor and knocked on the door of room 24. There was a long pause, and then the door opened to reveal Eleanor Hartley, looking tired but composed, her notebook already in her hand. When she saw Holmes and me, her face registered surprise, followed by what appeared to be relief. She stepped back, gesturing us into the room, and immediately began to write. Holmes stopped her with a gentle hand. "Before you explain, Miss Hartley, I must ask, are you in immediate danger? Did Colonel Fairfax threaten you in any way during your meeting yesterday?" Eleanor looked startled. She wrote quickly. "You know about the Colonel. Then you have solved it already. No, he did not threaten me. He came to explain, to confess, and to ask my forgiveness." Holmes and I exchanged glances of profound surprise. "Confess to what, precisely?" Holmes asked. Eleanor's pen moved across the page in swift, decisive strokes, and when she turned the notebook to face us, we read the answer that explained everything. Colonel Fairfax killed Thomas, not deliberately. It was meant to be a warning, a small accident to scare him into silence about what he had witnessed. But Thomas fell from the scaffolding and died. The Colonel has lived with guilt for 3 years. He sent the letters because he could bear the secret no longer. He wanted me to know the truth, even though it would destroy him. He's at the police station now, waiting to make a full confession." "Good Lord," I breathed, sitting heavily on the nearest chair. Holmes's face showed a mixture of admiration and sadness. "A most unusual resolution," he said quietly. "The criminal deliberately arranging his own exposure out of guilt and remorse. Miss Hartley, I think you had better tell us the entire story." And there, in that Manchester hotel room, Eleanor wrote out for us the full, tragic tale of Thomas Hartley's death and the 3-year chain of guilt, silence, and finally confession that had brought us all to this moment. Eleanor's written account, which she composed over the course of the next hour while Holmes, Inspector Gregson, and I sat in attentive silence, revealed a story far more complex and tragic than any of us had anticipated. I have her pages before me even now as I write this journal entry, and I shall endeavour to relate the substance of what she conveyed, though her own words carried an eloquence and emotional depth that my summary cannot fully capture. Thomas Hartley, she explained, had been exactly what he appeared to be. A talented young architect engaged in the legitimate design of Manchester's new railway station. But in the course of his work, he had inadvertently witnessed something he was never meant to see. A meeting between a German commercial agent and a British railway official in which documents were exchanged that had nothing to do with railway construction and everything to do with industrial espionage. Thomas, honest and somewhat naive, had reported what he had seen to his superiors at the architectural firm, believing it to be a matter of potential corruption or bid-rigging. What he did not know was that British intelligence had been monitoring these exchanges for months, and that Sir Edmund Ashworth had been tasked with coordinating the surveillance as part of his diplomatic courier duties. Colonel Ambrose Fairfax, it transpired, had not been merely a soldier in the Bengal Lancers. Upon his return from India, he had been recruited into a small, unofficial branch of the Foreign Office that handled delicate matters requiring military expertise and absolute discretion. He had been assigned to the Manchester operation specifically to ensure that the German espionage ring could be fully documented before being shut down, a process that required time, patience, and above all, secrecy. Thomas Hartley's well-intentioned report threatened to expose the entire operation prematurely. The architectural firm, not understanding the true nature of what Thomas had witnessed, had begun asking awkward questions of the railway company. Questions that threatened to alert the German agents that they were under observation. Colonel Fairfax had been ordered to silence Thomas Hartley. Not permanently, Eleanor wrote, but effectively. He was to arrange a minor accident, something that would send Thomas back to London to recuperate and remove him from the construction site until the intelligence operation could be concluded. A fall, perhaps a broken bone, enough to sideline him without raising suspicions. But what was meant to be a controlled incident, a loosened scaffolding bolt, a carefully timed stumble, had gone catastrophically wrong. Thomas had fallen farther than intended, struck his head, and died instantly. 2 workmen who had been nearby, who had seen Fairfax tampering with the scaffolding, had confronted him. In his panic and desperation, Fairfax had struck one and pushed the other, and when the scaffolding collapsed completely, both men had perished as well. What had been intended as a minor piece of operational tradecraft had become a triple homicide, and Fairfax had found himself trapped between his duty to his country and his conscience. Sir Edmund Ashworth, as the senior Foreign Office representative, had made the decision to cover up the true circumstances of the deaths. The intelligence operation was deemed too important to compromise, and the scandal of a British agent killing a civilian, even accidentally, would have had diplomatic repercussions far beyond the Manchester situation. The inquest was carefully managed. The verdict of accidental death due to negligent design was arranged, and substantial payments were made to ensure that no one looked too closely at the details. Thomas Hartley's reputation had been destroyed to protect a state secret. And Eleanor had been left to mourn not only her fiancé's death, but also his apparent professional failure and the deaths of 2 innocent men. Colonel Fairfax had resigned from service immediately after the incident, unable to continue with the weight of his guilt. For 3 years he had lived in seclusion on his Sussex estate, haunted by what he had done. But the burden had finally become too great to bear, and he had decided that Eleanor deserved to know the truth, even if it meant his own destruction. The anonymous letters had been his way of preparing her, step by step, to discover the evidence that Sir Edmund Ashworth had kept in the hidden compartment, documents that outlined the true nature of the Manchester operation and Fairfax's role in it. The invitation to Ashworth Manor had been arranged through Lady Charlotte, whom Fairfax had known through diplomatic circles, though our hostess had been entirely ignorant of his true purpose in suggesting Eleanor as a guest. Fairfax had wanted Eleanor to find the truth herself, to come to Manchester, and to confront him with the knowledge. He had been waiting here since Saturday, and when she had arrived, he had confessed everything, holding nothing back. And then he had gone directly to the police station to turn himself in. He wept, Eleanor wrote, and I could see that her own hand trembled as she formed the letters. This man who killed Thomas wept before me and begged for my forgiveness. Not for his sake, he said, but for Thomas's memory. He wanted me to know that Thomas had done nothing wrong, that his death was the result of duty gone horribly awry, not professional incompetence. When she'd finished writing, Eleanor looked at us with those dark, expressive eyes, and I saw in them something I had not seen before. Not the peaceful acceptance I had observed at Ashworth Manor, but a profound exhaustion mixed with an equally profound relief. Holmes was silent for a long moment, his fingers steepled beneath his chin in that characteristic pose of deep thought. Finally, he spoke. "Miss Hartley, what do you wish to do? Colonel Fairfax has confessed to the police, but you are the primary injured party in this matter. Your testimony, your written testimony, will carry significant weight in determining what happens to him." Eleanor took up her pen again and wrote, "I do not know what justice looks like in this situation. 3 men are dead because of what the colonel did, whether he intended their deaths or not. But he has suffered tremendously, and his confession was motivated by conscience, not coercion. I cannot forgive him. Not yet, perhaps not ever. But I do not wish to be the instrument of vengeance either. I will tell the truth about what he has confessed to me, and I will leave justice to wiser heads than mine." Inspector Gregson, who had been listening to all of this with growing concern, cleared his throat. "Miss Hartley, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, this is a considerably more complicated matter than I initially understood. If there are Foreign Office implications, diplomatic considerations, state secrets involved, this is beyond my authority to handle independently." "I agree," Holmes said. "Inspector, I suggest you contact Scotland Yard immediately and request that they liaise with the Foreign Office. This matter will need to be handled at the highest levels, with due consideration for both justice and national security." "And Miss Hartley," Gregson asked, "will she be willing to give a statement?" Eleanor nodded and wrote, "I will tell everything I know. I owe that much to Thomas and to the families of the men who died with him." The next several hours were consumed with official procedures, statements taken, telegrams sent, consultations conducted. Holmes and I accompanied Eleanor to the police station, where Colonel Fairfax was being held. He looked haggard and years older than the man we had known at Ashworth Manor, but there was also a peculiar peace in his expression, the peace of a man who has finally unburdened himself of a terrible secret. When Eleanor entered the room where he was being held, he rose and stood at attention, as though facing a court-martial. She approached him, and for a long moment they simply looked at one another, the man who had killed her beloved, and the woman who had loved the man he killed. Then Eleanor did something that I think surprised everyone present, myself included. She extended her hand to him. Fairfax stared at the offered hand as though he couldn't comprehend what he was seeing. Then, with a face that crumpled into anguish and gratitude combined, he took it and bowed over it, and I saw tears streaming down his weathered cheeks. Eleanor withdrew her hand after a moment and wrote in her notebook, turning it so Fairfax could read. "You have given me back Thomas's honour. That is not forgiveness, but it is acknowledgment. I hope you find peace, Colonel, as I hope I will." By Tuesday evening, the immediate crisis had been managed. Scotland Yard had sent a senior detective to take over the investigation, and representatives from the Foreign Office had arrived to conduct their own inquiries and to assess what information needed to remain classified. Holmes had given his statement as a consulting detective who had uncovered the truth through legitimate investigation, carefully omitting any details that might compromise ongoing intelligence operations. Eleanor had borne the strain of it all with remarkable composure, though I could see the toll it was taking. When we finally returned to our hotel that evening, she looked utterly exhausted, and I suggested in my capacity as a physician that she needed rest and quiet. She smiled at this, a sad, weary smile, and wrote, "I think I have had enough quiet to last a lifetime, Dr. Watson. Perhaps it is time I tried speaking again." I stared at her in astonishment. "Do you mean, are you suggesting that you might resume verbal communication?" She considered for a moment, then wrote, "I chose silence because words seemed inadequate to express my grief, and because I did not trust myself to speak without screaming. But I have learned something important these past days. Silence is powerful, yes, but so is testimony, so is bearing witness, so is speaking the truth. I am not ready yet, perhaps not for some time, but I think I would like to try again, eventually." Holmes, who had been reading over my shoulder, said quietly, "Miss Hartley, your silence has served you well. It has made you an extraordinary observer of human nature and has given you a unique perspective on the world. But I think you are right. There is also power in using one's voice when one has something important to say. I hope you will find the balance that serves you best." We departed Manchester on Wednesday morning, all three of us travelling together back to London and then on to the Cotswolds. Eleanor had telegraphed Lady Ashworth to inform her that she was safe and would be returning with us, and our hostess had replied immediately with an invitation for us all to stay one more night at Ashworth Manor before we returned to our respective homes. The journey gave us time to talk, or rather, for Holmes and me to talk while Eleanor listened, and occasionally wrote responses. We spoke of the case, of course, but also of larger questions: the nature of justice, the weight of secrets, the price of duty, and the complicated intersections between personal morality and state necessity. "I confess," I said at one point, "I am deeply troubled by the idea that the government could simply decide to sacrifice one man's reputation to protect an intelligence operation. What is the truth? What of justice for Thomas Hartley and those workmen?" "I share your discomfort, Watson," Holmes replied. "But I also recognize that governments must sometimes make terrible choices in service of what they perceive to be the greater good. Whether they are right to do so is a philosophical question beyond my expertise." Eleanor wrote, "I do not absolve the government of its choices. But I also recognize that Colonel Fairfax has punished himself far more severely than any court could do. He destroyed his own life to preserve mine and Thomas's honour. There is a kind of justice in that, even if it is not the justice of law." We arrived at Ashworth Manor in the late afternoon to find Lady Ashworth waiting anxiously at the entrance. She embraced Eleanor the moment she descended from the carriage, and I saw both women weeping. Eleanor silently, as had become her way, but with tears that spoke volumes. That evening we dined quietly, just the four of us, as the other house guests had departed earlier in the week. Over an excellent meal, Holmes related to Lady Ashworth as much of the story as he felt could be shared, carefully protecting both classified information and Eleanor's privacy. Our hostess listened with a mixture of sorrow and anger. Sorrow for what Eleanor had endured, anger at her late husband's role in perpetuating a deception. "I loved Edmund dearly," she said when Holmes had finished, "but I am not blind to the fact that he made choices I would not have made. He put duty before compassion, and in doing so he contributed to years of suffering for an innocent woman. I cannot change what he did, but I can tell you, Eleanor, that I am profoundly sorry for it." Eleanor reached across the table and took Lady Ashworth's hand, squeezing it gently. Then she wrote, "Your husband kept his oath to his country. I cannot fault him for that, even if I wish he'd made different choices. You have given me friendship and sanctuary when I needed it most. That is what matters now." Later that evening we gathered in the drawing-room, where, just days before, we had first met as an assembled company. The room felt different now, smaller, perhaps, or simply more intimate, with the pretences and mysteries stripped away. Holmes was standing by the window, looking out over the darkened gardens, when Eleanor approached him. She waited until he turned to face her, and then she wrote something in her notebook and handed it to him. I did not see what she had written, but I saw Holmes's expression soften in a way I had rarely witnessed. He looked at Eleanor for a long moment, then said quietly, "The honour has been entirely mine, Miss Hartley. You have reminded me that there are many ways to speak the truth, and that silence can be as eloquent as any words." They stood there, the detective and the silent woman, and I understood that they had recognized in each other something profound, a shared commitment to observation, to truth, to understanding the complexities of human nature without rushing to judgment. The next morning we prepared for our departures. Eleanor was returning to London to stay with family for a time, while Holmes and I would return to Baker Street and the familiar rhythms of our lives. Lady Ashworth stood on the steps of the manor to see us off, and as our carriage pulled away, I looked back to see her standing there, a solitary figure against the honey-coloured stone, and I found myself hoping that she, too, would find peace with the revelations about her late husband's choices. On the train back to London, as the Cotswold countryside gave way to the sprawl of the city, I found myself reflecting on all that had transpired. We had come to Ashworth Manor expecting a simple country house party, perhaps with a minor mystery to amuse Holmes's restless intellect. Instead, we had encountered a tragedy of Shakespearean proportions, good people making terrible choices, guilt and grief intertwined, and the slow, painful process of truth emerging from years of concealment. "Holmes," I said, breaking a long silence, "do you think Colonel Fairfax will be prosecuted?" My friend considered the question carefully. "I suspect that the Foreign Office will find a way to handle the matter quietly. A public trial would expose too many uncomfortable truths about government operations. Fairfax will likely be allowed to plead to reduce charges in a closed proceeding, serve some time in a comfortable confinement, and then be released to live out his days in obscurity. It is not justice, precisely, but it is the compromise between law and expediency. And Eleanor, do you think she will truly try to speak again?" "I believe she will, when she is ready," Holmes replied. "The silence served its purpose. It protected her when she was too wounded to engage with the world on conventional terms. But Eleanor is too vital, too engaged with life, to remain silent forever. She has stories to tell, observations to share, and I think she has realized that her voice, when she chooses to use it, will be worth hearing." As I sit here now in my study, weeks after our return from Ashworth Manor, setting down these final reflections in my journal, I find myself thinking often of Eleanor Hartley and the remarkable journey we shared with her. I have received a letter from her, written, of course, in her elegant script, informing me that she has begun working with a physician who specializes in patients who have experienced trauma-related loss of speech. She writes that she is not yet ready to speak aloud, but that she has begun making sounds again, small vocalizations that feel like the first tentative steps on a long road back to verbal communication. She also writes that she has forgiven Colonel Fairfax, not because what he did was forgivable, but because carrying the weight of unforgiveness was preventing her from moving forward with her own life. The Colonel, she tells me, has indeed been allowed to plead guilty to manslaughter under circumstances that avoided a public trial. He has been sentenced to 5 years in a minimum security facility, and has expressed his intention, upon release, to dedicate the remainder of his life to charitable work with families of those who have died in industrial accidents. As for Lady Ashworth, she has written to both Holmes and myself, expressing her gratitude for our help in uncovering the truth and her hope that we will visit Ashworth Manor again under happier circumstances. Holmes, with his characteristic reluctance to engage in purely social activities, demurred, but I have accepted on my own behalf. I find that I have developed a genuine affection for our hostess, and a deep respect for the grace with which she has accepted difficult truths about her late husband. The case of the silent guest at the manor, as I have come to think of it, taught me several important lessons. It reminded me that silence can be a form of strength, not weakness, that observation without the need to immediately vocalize one's thoughts can lead to deeper understanding, and that truth, however painful, is ultimately preferable to comfortable deception. But perhaps the most important lesson was this: that healing takes many forms, and that each person must find their own path through grief and trauma. Eleanor chose silence, and in that silence found a way to survive her losses. Colonel Fairfax chose confession, and in that confession found a measure of redemption. And all of us, Holmes, myself, Lady Ashworth, and the others who were touched by this tragedy, learned that justice is rarely simple, that duty and morality sometimes conflict, and that the human capacity for both inflicting and surviving suffering is far greater than we often acknowledge. As I close this journal entry and prepare to retire for the evening, I find myself grateful for the peculiar adventure that brought us to Ashworth Manor. Holmes may solve cases of greater complexity and danger, and I may chronicle investigations of more obvious drama, but I doubt I shall ever forget the woman who could not speak, yet who saw everything, the soldier who killed accidentally, yet suffered deliberately, and the lesson that sometimes the truth, however painful, can set us free. The fire is burning low now, casting those same dancing shadows across these pages that I described in my opening entry. Outside my window, London sleeps beneath a winter sky, and somewhere in this vast city, Eleanor Hartley is perhaps making those first tentative sounds that may one day become words again. I hope she succeeds. I hope she finds her voice again, literally and metaphorically. But I also hope she never loses that remarkable gift for observation that her silence cultivated, that ability to see deeply into the human heart without the distraction of her own voice. For in the end, what we learned at Ashworth Manor was that there are many ways to speak truth, many ways to bear witness, and many ways to heal. And sometimes the most eloquent testimony comes not from what is said, but from what is seen, understood, and ultimately forgiven. I set down my pen with a sense of completion, of a story told and a journey concluded. The silent guest at the manor has found her voice, or is finding it, and in doing so has taught us all something valuable about the many forms that courage can take. May we all, in our own ways, find the courage to speak our truths, to face our shadows, and to move forward with grace and compassion toward ourselves and others.